Chat, welcome. How's everybody doing tonight? My audio coming through? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Let's see. Let's get my OBS running. Today is going to be development, everybody's favorite category. I'm working on Coalescence, my streaming app. There's a few things that we have identified that need a little bit of improvement. And if ever you're feeling a little bit if you're if you're ever feeling a little bit disconnected from your communities, I have found the perfect setting. This is legitimately it's such a terrible idea. It's amazing. Um Here's the setting. It's in Discord. Um you can flip this setting and Discord will read out any message that is received that you have a channel that you can see it. And it is so funny. It is so funny. I can stay up to date with all of the 40 servers I'm in. I might be in 50 servers, actually. I'm in a lot of servers. There's a lot of people in here. I don't even think... Huh. But yeah, there's a bunch of people in this chat that are yapping. I've had to mute Discord. Because I think it'll also read DMs. And ideally, I wouldn't leak my DMs. Ideally. Sometimes we do. I have browser and browser 2. Oh, Blurp was disabled. That's why. I should probably make sure that that's enabled everywhere. Wait. No, Blurp is enabled. It's on the other scene. I do have to decouple my stuff really quick. I did a little bit of um all right. I did a little bit of modification of my scene graph for the event yesterday. I think it's also really funny. A lot of people probably didn't even see that I was just actually Darth. I think a lot of people stayed on Ant's stream. But no, I fully became Darth. The entire scene graph. I should probably turn off this setting that reads every single message I receive. As funny as it is, it's extremely distracting. All right. And then while that is going, I want to really quickly come into my Discord and disable activity notifications because that shit's annoying. I got a message that one of the people I've worked with before opened Minecraft, and I do not give a shit. What I think is going on is that the community activity alerts. No, I don't want any of these. Why is there not a button to disable all of them quickly? I I don't want this for any server. All right. Highlights provided occasional. No, I don't want highlights for when people are talking in servers. What the hell, man? I don't want this. At the very least, they do have um a pretty detailed notification system. Like their Android notifications are actually set in by category and stuff, which is quite nice. Because it means you can choose which ones you want. All right, let's get down to brass tacks here. Um, I have. What was I? I was gonna do a lot of Coalescence development. I know I want to bring more Lua scripting to a lot of the different subsystems. Because right now, like Vignon doesn't have any Lua scripting. VTube Studio has limited Lua scripting. I'd like to expose more of the VTube Studio API. Um, and then OBS, I would like to add more to. I want to try signing Coalescence. I don't have a code signing certificate from a actual CA, but I can make my own. I should probably go back to the with chat. I don't have. I'm gonna be fucking around in a Abby window for a little bit. I can't show that. Um, but I want to get some of that going. Um, check this. I don't know if my certificates are allowed to be code signing certificates. I can't sudo as this user. They updated Docker again. um, looks like it's a kernel update, Docker, and NetPlan updated. I don't want to update this right now. Anyway, so I have to run bash because it doesn't happen by default. cd coalescence. Open SSL x509 no out text file. No, is it not no out text file? Is it in? Is it in? Okay. So yeah, this is a code signing certificate. The problem is, so it's gonna be an untrusted certificate. And part of the reason I'm looking into this now is that um my own VMC relay was blocked by Windows, and there's nothing you can do about it. You have to send it to Microsoft, and that's going to take probably a few days before you can run the program. So I've had to turn off Smart App Control, and that's not an acceptable um situation for like end users. I can't tell you to turn off your system security. That's not acceptable. So I'm going to need to actually sign Coalescence, and I can't do it with an actual certificate because I can't afford to get one. Um, it's gonna cost a lot of money to get one. So we are going to do our own self-signed cert, which is probably not going to be accepted by Windows. Have to try. Essentially, I think they're trying to move everything to like signed code, which I mean makes sense. You don't want people just running anything that people put online, but it is really annoying for me because there's a financial wall that I can't actually get over. And I am not exactly too interested in going into more debt to sign an app that I'm going to release for like $10. So we're not going to do that. Not yet, at least. All right. First things first, I need to see if I already have my signing information in this folder. I don't think I do. I do. Heck. Now the question is, how the hell do I sign those? I thought I had a signed Coalescence thing. This signed? Hold on. No. Um, Annoying, but okay. Hmm. All right. Um, Sign tool, sign executable. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, my prediction just ended. I forgot that I made one. So, hmm. Hmm? So I'm looking at the extended validation code signing certificate requirements, and it says issuers may only issue EV code signing objects to applicants that meet the requirements as specified in Section 8.5 of the EV guidelines. That is Section 8.5. So not sure what's going on with that. Let's see. I want to check something really quick. One of these notes says that it might be that the app is marked as blocked. Mine is not. Interesting. I probably am going to self sign, but hmm. Okay. Have our app, or we have our um command now. Through the power of uh looking at Stack Overflow. So I'm gonna need to use a dbt file. Um, so okay. I don't actually know what the password for my IPFX is. Wait, I just realized something. Oh no, hold on. If code signing isn't in the git ignore, I have to make a new. Okay, it is. It is in the git ignore. I might check the repository really quick just to be sure that it was never pushed. Because if it's in the git repository, I'm not using this cert. Let's check. No, the code signing folder is absent. Excellent. You'll love to see it. I still don't know what the password for the PFX is, though. Um, in my password manager, it is. Okay. I'm gonna need to do the same trick I did with the bot stuff. The problem is that I don't want the key to be in the directory build targets because that's gonna be in the repository. So I have to use the same idea as before and read it using a an expression. So it'll be solution dir code signing, and then that. Okay. This might work. Maybe. Where do I put the object that I'm signing? Oh, that's what I was supposed to put there. Oopsies. And then the object we're signing is um what is the object we're signing? Load this into Visual Studio Code because it has syntax highlighting. Okay, so a double quote. A double quote is an escaped quote. This will be problem here. Will that work? Hold on. Build this. The after build task work? Did it? Huh? The file is empty. What? It's not how the format is supposed to be? I might just check the DBT of no, this is pretty simple. Oh, I use and quote. Okay, we'll use that instead. And quote is probably a better way to write double quotes. Okay. So now this might work. Exited with code 9009. Hmm. 9009 is file not found. Why does it keep asking me to install this? Can you fuck off? Let's try running this directly and see what it says. It says it's successfully signed. Oh god. Um. Oh, maybe it's because the output folder doesn't exist. Yeah, that'll probably do it, huh? If there isn't an output directory. Hmm. How do I set the output directory? Okay. What am I up to? Right now, I'm working on setting up signing for my streaming uh like app. The main issue I'm running into is that it doesn't want to sign up. It's being rude to me. And I would love to show what I'm doing, but the problem is that the output from MS build shows my certificate's key. So I cannot show this on stream because if that certificate's key is revealed, I have to make a new certificate. Did I try turning it off and on again? I did not actually. I could try that. It's just saying it's saying file not found. Um so I'm just gonna give it the full path of sign tool, which means if I update the Windows SDK, this isn't going to work, but that's all right. You can no longer tell me that you can't find it. It succeeds. So now what I need to do, I don't know why it keeps asking me to install Windows Forms. I have Windows Forms. What do you want from me? Every time this signs, it shows a thing. The service system, the Windows, the forms, that design, the IUI service must be installed for this feature to work. What do you want from me? It's weird because I don't have any designers open at the moment. Which file? Right now the thing is, oh, I can't sign it because Coalescence is open at the moment. Um, why does it do that? People are saying to clean the solution and rebuild it, and that fixes it. Sometimes when making a game, it'll ask me for a file I don't have, so I just rename a random file that thing. Oh dear. I might actually just try restarting good old devenv here. Alright, fine, I'll update Visual Studio. Needy fuck. It's probably to fix this error. Hopefully it doesn't make me restart. I'll be annoyed if it makes me installing package 0 of 0. Brand. Apparently the going advice is essentially just random shit until it fixes it. Okay, turning it off and back on actually did fix it. Okay. Um random bullshit go. Yes. Um X copy target path. I'm gonna have to quote that. Oops. I'm gonna X copy target path to um target dir, then ms build project name signed dot extension. I don't know what the extension file, or I don't know what the extension is called. ms build main output extension. No, I want the output target extension. That'll do it. This might work. And then we will sign this instead. Now, theoretically, if I clean the solution, oh, just have an ending tag. All right, clean the solution. Rebuild the solution. Now, theoretically, oh, there's 2 dots. All right, rebuild the solution again. Command X copy Coalescence core.dll. Exited with code 2. What does that mean? Um, It's probably that the file already exists. Xcopy, yes. That should work. Rebuild solution. I believe. Is it still exiting with 2? It is. Well, then what the fuck is the deal? All right. When in doubt, run the entire program yourself and see what happens. Does it specify a file name or a directory name? It's a file name. It has an extension. What the fuck? I don't know why. How do you tell Xcopy that it's a file? I don't have the ability to input after it starts. Xcopy command line argument always file. Wild. Uh, the going answer is just use copy instead. If you're not copying a directory, just use copy. That works. Okay. Now theoretically, we have in every single one of the folders an output artifact that is signed and one that is unsigned. No, we don't. Um, actually, we do. The problem is the sign. First off, the signed variant is so much larger. The signed variant is. Hold on. So I want to build create directory. I think exec is gonna fail if it exists. Make dir. All right. Make dir directories equals solution directory, then signed. And we want to copy our signed artifact to this new solution dir signed if this works. I don't think it will, but we'll find out. Oh, the previous make dir command is not complete. All right, let's see if this works. Huh? Slight issue. It has turned the Coalescence exe file into a DLL. Hmm. Hmm. See if this works. I only wanted to rebuild the project, not the entire structure before it. Huh. So weirdly enough, oh, because none of the dependencies are here. It is a good point. Um, does it work? It does not seem to work. Signing it seems to break it. It stops working. I don't know why. What is killing this? Okay, let's try something here. I'm going to do power rename to erase signed from all of the file names. Okay. So now the weird thing is it won't load any of the plugins. Now this doesn't surprise me 100% because the plugins are actually like there's a check that occurs to ensure that the signing certificate is the same. So I'm gonna disable this check for a second and make it always return true. I want to see if that fixes the problem. It does. So the major issue is a signature issue. All right. So When does the signature expire? I don't actually know when my certificate expires. I should probably know this. It expires in 2036. Got it. So I'm thinking to fix this, we change the name of this like artifact to not include the word signed. Because that causes issues. The idea now is we go through, delete everything that starts with coalescence. And then this change should make a generally working installation. Hmm. Because I need to install the .NET desktop runtime to run this application. Which actually isn't the case. I already have it. Oh, so the problem there is I need to copy the build directory's artifacts, the output directory. So there's a dependencies file that's actually required. Yeah. This dependencies file and runtime config file are both required. So this is specific to this thing though. I should probably be using the copy task and not the exec task. Hmm. Just gonna do this. I'm not gonna use the copy task. I'm just gonna execute copy 3 times. It's slower, but I don't care. See if it works. It does work. Okay. So now I have the other problem that all of the dependencies of compilation are not being included. So we need to do that. So what I'm going to do is first instruct Coalescence to not search the current directory for DLL files. We are going to search the plugins directory. In fact, we're going to search the plugins directory recursively. And now the idea is we will make a plugins directory in. Well, first I need to make this target override in this file to override the override. So I want to copy this into signed MS build project name and then MS build project name again, target extension. And we want to copy all of the other files. So we want to do a wildcard that excludes the artifacts, like the main artifact. We want only the dependencies. Hmm. I mean, we could just do it this way. This will be easier. Copy files equals source files equals target directory star.dll. Destination folder equals solution directory signed ms build project name. Assigned plugins. Let's see if this works. No. Hmm. Oh, there are $2 signs here. Hmm. To G lessons signed. Is it running? No. Oh, the plugins directory is created one directory up from where it should be. Illegal characters in path? Do I actually have to do a property group to get this? That's so annoying. 71 streak? Nice. I wonder if this works. Probably doesn't. Hmm. Does it not get the transitive dependencies? Wait, what? Where is all of the bot stuff coming from then? I thought this is where that comes from. Unless it's output directly to the output directory. Maybe this isn't a good idea after all. Let's see if it runs. So it does run. Now if I delete this, so it did run. Let's delete all of these. No, it doesn't run. Let's do this. Let's completely erase this entire directory and rebuild the solution. Right now what I'm doing, and I can show this, I think. The main problem is if the signing command fails, it's gonna reveal my key. Because sign tool, I cannot pass a file like a file name to it. I have to just like put it in the arguments, and then if the command fails, it says the command sign tool, and then like my fucking PFX password just shows, which is not ideal. So what I'm probably gonna do is we'll cut out the bottom of Visual Studio, just because it would be kind of a huge problem if that showed. Now the only other problem is I can't actually change the I can't change the Oh wait, I know why it's doing that. It's because these are as full dependencies and they shouldn't be. That's how I configure Coalescence. But realistically they shouldn't be full dependencies other than core. Oh, it actually came online. I did not expect it to actually come online. Okay. Sick. We can now go to our main scene and start showing the stuff going on. Assuming this works. Hmm. Right. It did not work actually. Which means OBS failed to load. Okay. So there's some issues with dependencies, I think. Because these are hold on. Include dependencies output directory. Okay. So let's go into DBP and we'll put in this attribute, which should copy all dependencies along with the output. So that rebuilds all 24. And theoretically, OBS should have all of its dependencies. The only thing that kind of sucks is that the output of this folder is significantly larger than the output should be. It's not starting anymore. Okay. Let's try something else then here. What I think we do is we will, instead of loading it directly into the plugins directory, we're going to load it to the directory above the plugins directory. Wait, it did start. There are a lot of copies of scripting. This is probably a bad idea, but I'm gonna trigger main scene, see what happens. It's freaking out. For reference, there are I think there are 4 different OBS systems answering this request. Oh, yeah, no, there are 4 different OBS systems answering the request, and there are 9 different scripting systems sending the request. Yeah, the Coalescence is a little fucked at the moment. The issue is that there are so many copies of systems. I'm not answering the VTube Studio prompt for the time being. There's so many copies of systems in the subdirectories of the plugins directory that it is annihilating systems. So instead of going into plugins and then subproject name, we're just going to connect it into plugins directly, which should fix the problem of having 100 different things. Okay. Now I want to delete um signed copy of the DLL. This has to happen last. Yeah. So I need to clean this directory by, we'll just delete the entire, I can't delete the entire sign directory, can I? Can delete all of the artifacts. I'm just trying to make it to the point where it's fast to build the signed version. It means we have to do all of this weird build scripting. But yeah, the main difference is that now Coalescence takes a long time to load. Like, it takes a long time to load. Is it gonna start or is it dead? Not dead yet. What's it look like in the plugins directory? It's not that bad. But Coalescence is not starting. It exited. Okay. So what I might do is tag some of these as include dependencies. So like buy interrupt, which is very dependent on the Twitch. Actually, it doesn't even have references. Um, I mean, I could theoretically, I could do a configuration that signs it. It might be easier, honestly. A configuration that just hold on. Um, hmm. No, I'm not gonna make a second. Um, I'm not gonna make a second system. This is messy, but I think I can get it to work. Um, what I want to try, so coalescence.twitch also has project references to bot platforms Twitch. So what I want to do is do something like publish single file is true. Um, let's see what this does. Why is it asking me to authenticate with my... Did it rebuild? Okay. So what I want to see is the output of Coalescence Twitch one file, or is it many files? It's still many files. So let me clean the solution. I'm going to build Coalescence Twitch. Okay, so it's still... Um, so the thing I think is the problem is that I have to publish this. I can't just build it. Um, uh, so it can't do its code signing, but that's all right because I think that the build task happened, didn't it? No? Well, fuck. Okay. Oh, that's right. I don't have the ability to run coalescence commands at the moment. So I want to try again here. Publishing to a single file is only supported for executable applications. Huh. Um, so what I want to do is include all of the DLL files in the output, which is going to make the output really large, but it's going to mean that there's only one file. Because TwitchLib has like fucking 30 DLL files. I don't think I can. Problem. Because what I would like to do, and the reason I'm considering this, is that the plugins directory is going to be a fucking mess. It's going to be atrocious. And what I would like to do is have it that each plugin contains only its dependencies, and um, it's essentially one DLL file you drop in. That's all self-contained. The problem is, without using a tool like IL merge, it's not possible to do that. So the first thing I tried was doing a different plugins directory, but because it doesn't have access to like core, which is a dependency of it, it doesn't have the ability to include these plugins. Um, there's a name issue here because like I want it to be easy to install and uninstall plugins, and it's not easy to install and uninstall plugins when there are a bunch of dependencies. Um, and it's just a mess of files in a folder. I can kind of get away by putting them in the plugins directory so that the base folder can look nice, and then the plugins are just hell. But the problem is it's not really a solution. I want it to be a little more elegant than this. I don't know how to do it. The problem is like there are missing files, I suppose, because it doesn't actually run when I call coalescence.exe. Oh, I know why. It's because the DLL file is missing because it's in the plugins directory. It shouldn't be, but it is. It died from a file not found exception. But because there's no panic logger in Coalescence, I don't actually know where. Um, I should probably make a panic logger. Application unhandled environment. What? App domain? What is the unhandled exception handler? It's an app domain. Oh, idiot. An object. All right, there's now a panic logger for Coalescence. This should tell us why it's failing. I know it's a file not found exception. I just don't know where. Also, why is it still doing? It's still building all of the other files, which is weird because it shouldn't be. Why is it not writing my file? Um, hmm. They say it always exists. I don't think it can be. And it must be. Here, we'll do another style cast. Um, it must exist. There's no way it doesn't exist. Oh, the Coalescence DLL file is older than the actual executable. That's why it's not working. It's not updating the DLL. I really need to fix that. Okay, where's our problem? Did not load file or assembly coalescence.core. Hmm. I think what I could do is copy. So in directory build targets, we have a dependency files thing. So what we can do is copy these files into the root. Okay. This fixed it. So now theoretically, if we're lucky, I should be able to do things like this, and it should just work. And it does just work. Okay. So I'm wondering if instead of... No, I can't, can I? I'd like to be able to put the Vosk stuff in a different folder because they're unmanaged dependencies. But I don't know how I would do that. Also, I think there's another issue. Yeah. So the version of coalescence.core that got copied in is the unsigned version of it. And I think that's going to be the case for all dependencies. Yeah. Actually, many of these are probably not signed. Like coalescence.obs is probably unsigned. It is. Okay. So what we need to do is um, we need to exclude anything that starts with coalescence from the dependency copy. We'll see if this works. Probably doesn't. Let's delete all of the artifacts. Okay, we'll rebuild the solution. Okay, so the exclude tag doesn't work on dependency files. Hmm. So the problem is not much of the actual code is being signed because they depend on unsigned versions of them, which means that the unsigned versions are getting copied as dependencies. I'm actually a little curious to see what would happen if I copied all of the signed ones in. Um, hmm. Hmm. Let's try something here. So I want to build, let's say, OBS. So theoretically, the version of coalescence.obs that gets put in here should be signed. It's not signed. Okay, so I'm copying the wrong copy into here. Let's do this. This will copy the plugin last, which should ensure the signed version is getting there. It's not being signed. Okay, let's check our output of folder itself. Oh, what? The signed copy of OBS dot or coalescence.obs is not being signed. Let's rebuild this. It's because there was a trailing slash on that target directory. That's so annoying. Okay, rebuild Coalescence WS. This should be signed. No, it's not signed. That's interesting. So this command is outputting successfully signed and then the name of the DLL, right? And it's the signed copy of it that it's signing. But if I go into that file and I go into digital signatures, there are none. So no, it's not signing it, and it's saying it's signing it. How if I rebuild the solution? It's still unsigned. Try something here. Is there a stop task? MS build stop task. I could just call error. So if I rebuild now, well, the problem is I don't want to call error. Okay, so actually, we're doing something. Wait, copy target path to. Oh, I'm overwriting the signed copy. Found it. I still do think that everything is probably overwriting the signed copies in the signed folder due to it using unsigned dependency DLLs that overwrite the signed ones, and I'm right about that, yeah. So let's try excluding. From our dependencies all Coalescence DLLs. Which should mean that only the signed versions make it to the directory, which has not worked. Okay. Let's check here that this is still a signed copy of. Oh, that's not the right one. Yes, this is still signed. So I haven't overridden the signed one. Hmm. So if we're ignoring anything that starts with coalescence, there shouldn't be one of these. Let's try this. Let's clean the solution. And let's build the solution. Okay, so this exclude clause isn't doing anything. Actually, these ones managed to get the signed copies in. Wait, they're all signed now. Out of curiosity, then, I wonder. So if I run Coalescence, it does actually start. Okay. Now, out of curiosity, I want to re-enable the signature check. So we'll erase this true that bypasses it. Okay. So let's attempt to intervene with this then by copying an unsigned copy of one of these. So now I've copied in an unsigned version of keyboard. So theoretically, keyboard should not be loaded. It is loaded. Oh, it doesn't there's another thing. Um let's require there to be a certificate. So now Coalescence won't even load unsigned code. Quite the opposite, actually. It only loads unsigned code. Um, that's strange. Why is that the case? Hmm. try this. I want to try unloading this. I want to delete the entire plugins directory and run build solution. I want to see if it'll still build it. No. Okay. So, funnily enough, the real-time audio... Didn't rebuild anything. I was about to say, that's a little bit too impressive. Yeah, so real-time audio uses about 40 megabytes of DLL files. What is using system.reactive? What even is system.reactive? Hmm. I'm curious as to what's actually including that. Most likely, it's probably Coalescence Twitch. I'd be pretty surprised if it wasn't a Twitch lib thing. Probably under event sub. No? Hmm? What is calling reactive? Could be Lua sharp. Mm-mm. What? Is it the audio router? No. Could it be keyboard? I don't think so. Curious now. So it's obswebsocket.net. And I have a lot of things depending on WebSocket, or not WebSocket, Sharp Compress. I'm just looking at possibly how I would reduce the dependence or the plugin size. I mean, it would help if I reduced the size of the dice plugin, but it's so large because it's got a bunch of GIFs embedded in it. The resource directory. Okay. So this works, and these are signed executables, I think. Yes. They are signed, which is something. Now what I want to try is taking this signed coalescence. If I take out resources, how large is this? 25 megabytes. That's an acceptable size. We'll actually keep resources out. So I want to try running it on my relay PC and see if it works. So the trivia controller update actually causes it to fail. That's interesting. Because trivia has not been enabled for a long time. Here it is. So in update, we get not set to an instance of an object, which is probably OBS. Indices might have not been known. It's created statically. Yeah, it could be that trivia subsystem isn't bound yet. Well, no, there's backups. The one time. Could put this in a try catch though, just for more stability. We'll wait for 5 seconds in the case of an error. I do want to get this to be pretty bulletproof. And I'm using I probably shouldn't be using the relay computer as a test bed because the stream will fail if it goes offline. But we'll see what happens. Windows is pretty good at not dying. There are many people who would disagree with me. Actually, it was only that was failing. Now the rest of it's going to be Twitch not connecting because it doesn't work. I don't have any stuff. Although Twitch should fail early if there's not a Oh, I have to collapse all. The Twitch should fail early if there isn't any authentication data. So the idea here is that if authentication data doesn't exist, one of these should fail. This connection will finish. Oh, this is remote code. It's not like in this thing. And I think if I open this, it might actually work. No, okay. I have to open the bot project as well. Oh, the bot project is actually in slightly a problematic space because I mean the birthday module doesn't work at all right now. Or no, it does. I think it does. It does. All right. It kind of does. Not a problem for this project though. It's something I do need to fix though, or else it'll be a problem. So what I want to do if access token or string dot is null or white space. Then we want to do logger dot error, which no authentication data exists. not connecting to IRC with authentication. This is either going to work or cause the entire system not to work. Who knows? Okay, so it's a specific version it depends on. Actually, we're just gonna make it auto version. Actually, no, we're not, because then I'm gonna have to manually fix that shit. I cannot be fucked. I love Nougat. You have to close the window and open it again, and then it works. But before that, it does not. I also need to bring this up to date. This is either going to work or break Coalescence, both locally and remotely. And I'm not quite sure which it is. Huh? Which didn't even appear in the list. Why not? It's being initialized, but isn't ever actually connecting. This is for the battle subsystem. I don't care about that. Actually, this is blocking. So I think the problem is the do connect loop is stuck. So the idea is if we rebuild this, it's weird. Twitch is like no longer appearing in the list of subsystems. I don't know why. Even more strangely, the dependencies are on dependency weight and not failed, which they should do because they're not being initialized. Actually, it's going to be marked disconnected no matter what. Okay. Okay. Let's see if this works. I'm going to copy the entire code portion of the app. So strange. Which isn't appearing in the list of subsystems. Means it's initialized so it doesn't finish. Hmm. Why not? Hmm? I wonder if it's not working because there's no data directory in bot interrupt for all of the settings. No change. Uh, why is Twitch not appearing in the subsystem? Actually, wait, my local one doesn't do it either. What if I start local coalescence under debug? The application closed. Directory not found exception. But oh, because the normal right. The only version that works now is the signed version because these unsigned versions don't move the plugins to the lower directory. Wait, what? No, it doesn't. Oh, well, hold on. Okay. The Coalescence doesn't load anything because there's nothing in the plugins directory. So I'm just going to load the entire signed plugins directory. Which does load Twitch. Why though? That must mean it must be a signing difference. Hold on. Let's try something. Let's disable the signing check again. We'll rebuild release, which will update the signed copy to have all of the signed stuff going on. Wait for this to finish. It's finished. So we'll copy in all of the signed artifacts again. It still isn't loading Twitch. Okay. It's not a signing issue. I think probably what we're gonna have to do is add a lot of logging. Do we not have a logger? What? Why do I not have access to the logger? I cannot actually load data. I can't log anything. Okay, let's see. Loading modules from I don't know why I'm force loading sharp compress. I actually think that's the only reason sharp compress is even referenced here. No, it's in core as well. Oh, this forces loading. No, it doesn't force loading core. I don't know why this happened. Can be our lock. Assembly location may be null here. Okay. I'm going to copy over Coalescence onto the stream computer. I'm just very curious to see what the log is going to say. So the log is going to tell us why Twitch isn't being loaded. Now Twitch is being loaded. Now that I've put all of the effort into adding logging, I haven't changed the behavior of it at all. But I put logging, and now it's afraid that I'm gonna be angry, and I am. But now it works. If you're gonna be difficult, at least be difficult like permanently, like shit. Okay. Anyway, it does work correctly such that it is immediately throwing an exception and not loading Twitch. The weird thing is things that are downstream of Twitch are still being loaded, which it shouldn't do because these subsystems should declare dependencies on Twitch. All right. So let's find out why subsystems are being loaded despite being uh their dependencies being failed. So connect all calls for dependency in subsystem.dependencies. Connect the subsystem. We don't actually check its output. If subsystem.status is not connected. Ready? We'll say if it's subsystem dot failed or subsystem status dot dependency wait or subsystem status dot idle or subsystem status disconnecting, or I should be using the or keyword, not the or operator. Or subsystem status dot. Yeah, that's it actually. Actually, or connecting should be connected by now. A new exception. Dependency name of subsystem.name failed to load. Status is not ready. And we want to catch these exceptions and log them. Okay. We want this to be written to the logs. Now, theoretically, if a subsystem fails to load, the entire chain of dependencies on that subsystem should also fail to load. Another thing is what I want to do here really quick is if the status is failed or dependency wait, or disconnecting, so one of the things I'm thinking about doing is making subsystem initialization asynchronous. And the problem is I need to make it in such a way that they can't collide with each other and start a subsystem twice. Not sure how I would do that. I suppose I could just lock the system itself. So if it's ready, we want to continue. The dependency is already loaded. That's another thing is that this connect subsystem was running always, wasn't it? Oh, because we have the reconnection policy. But honestly, it's not used ever. So I'm just gonna not send it if it's ready already. I think it'll be ignored by default, but we're just gonna not send it. So it's ready. We don't try to reload it. If it's failed, dependency wait, or disconnecting, then we're going to fail early and not attempt to reconnect it. Otherwise, if it is in idle or connecting, we run connect subsystem. Then we check to see if its status is not ready. Honestly, we're just gonna say is not ready. We'll throw an exception. These exceptions will skip this, which is why they're in this block. They go straight to this catch. So the idea is now dependencies should truly depend on their dependencies, or subsystems should depend on the dependencies. Let's try rebuilding this. Problem is all of this logic for the subsystem registry is in base. Means anytime I change it, I actually do have to rebuild the entire set of the application's assemblies. It's a little slow sometimes. Strangely enough, Twitch is no longer connected. It is finding it, so I'd be very curious to see why it's being excluded. We don't get information actually because it just says we got exception 5, which is decent information. That is this one. It means running this constructor failed, but it has an inner exception, so I don't know why. That means Twitch is throwing an exception when we initialize it, which is rude. Oh, I can't overwrite the exe because it's being used. It'd help if I close it, wouldn't it? Well, now it worked. The weird thing is Twitch is in dependency wait. But Twitch doesn't have any dependencies. No, it depends on bot interop. Okay, we're gonna have to read the main log then. Let's close Coalescence so it stops writing to the main log. Here we go. Let's see. Is it not writing to the main log? Interesting, actually. It doesn't load anything to the main log. Okay. We're gonna have to write some log data then. Oh, we start by clearing everything status to dependency wait. I mean, I should probably start by doing this. Should be system.status, not subsystem.status. Okay. Okay. It is a lot of logging, but it should explain very verbosely what is happening during all stages of startup here. Ah, you know what it is? I know exactly what it is. It's fucking version dependencies. Hey, let's go, dude. I feel like Adam like is in my closet or something because that's the major reason I couldn't use Sharp Compress for the Vosk model downloader. I had to download it to a memory mapped file first. which means probably the memory usage of the model downloader can go down by 1 time the size of the archive. But I am also going to have to update the sharp compressed version used by bot.logging. Actually, anything in the bot system that uses don't build. That uses sharp compress, we'll have to update it. Yeah, there are 2 top level package installations, one for data, one for logging. And both of those are up to date. Need to bump the package version. Not have DBP open for it. That's why Twitch isn't running, by the way. Is it was attempting to use an older version of Sharp Compress, but because the dependencies overwrite each other's subdependencies, it has to be exactly the same version of Sharp Compress used by the entire system, or else it doesn't work. Which is part of the reason I wanted to split all of the subsystems into their own dependency clusters. But the problem is, to do that, all of the dependencies need to be clustered like in general. And then you have to have duplicate dependencies for everything, and then it makes the size of the dependencies go from 50 megabytes to 160. In my opinion, an unacceptable arrangement of files. I mean, I guess I could symlink everything. Not a terrible idea, actually. Hmm. Yeah, it's not a terrible idea. I could symlink files that are exactly the same and delete one copy. Okay, that looks good. So immediately what's happening is Twitch, Twitch Ads UI, Twitch Auto Monitor, Twitch Bands, Twitch Battles, Twitch Chat Controller, and Twitch Recorder are all marking error, which is what we would want to see because Twitch is unavailable. Therefore, um, it's just like that. Um, that means that these subsystems are not connected. Um, I was gonna think that we should probably do model changes dependent on Twitch, but it actually isn't, because even in the absence of Twitch, model change can still support scripting. I don't think it actually has any, but it could. So it's not actually necessary. Right? Quickly, I want to check that Coalescence actually did exit. Yep. All right. I might go run to the bathroom really quick. We just played an ad. I missed my chance. I mean, I'm going to go to the bathroom either way, but Should have done it 3 minutes ago. All right, I will be right back. Here, I'll use my fancy be right back screen. Check this out. Okay. Oh, not that one. It. I have to wait for the animation to finish. It's not what I meant to click. No. See if I waited long enough. Nope. Okay, well, we tried. All right. Let's get Coalescence enabled on VTube Studio. Another thing I want to do is delete on the remote computer all of Coalescence's data and start it again and see what happens. Simulating a fully new install. What connects and what doesn't. Everything except for Twitch. Okay. So let's get down to business. Let's add in model change, which is still named Twitch model change in the solution. Should not be named Twitch model change. It should be named model change. It is no longer dependent on Twitch. Okay. I want to add a script provider. Okay. So handle URI model change is simply the model name. So do this. Public void random name change is a Lua function. It is model change dot random. Selects and sends a request to change to a random model. Lua value type dot nil. Return value is none. So what we'll do is model change subsystem MCS equals subsystem registry.get model change subsystem MCS.random or handle. Oh, that's hidden, isn't it? We can make it internal actually. Not working. Is it static? They are static. We'll return a Boolean. I want to do lookup. Gets the out model URI of a named model. Turns a string or nil. Um, a model URI if the model was found nil otherwise. Okay. How the fuck did I open Coalescence? Okay. Okay. Oh, I can't run it like this. I have to run it from the signed copy. Okay. So now if I open scripting, there should be model change options. But there are not. Why? Let's rebuild the solution. I think maybe it's not rebuilding the model change subsystem. It's not getting copied in. That's my thought. Could very well be wrong, but I mean, okay, right? Strangely enough, 6 subsystems have failed to launch this time. Okay. I want to see why. That's not where I'm going to find that. Hmm. So what happened was OBS was connected, and then one of the subsystems attempted to load it. It failed, causing that causing OBS to get marked as failed. So OBS, okay, that's the issue. OBS connects automatically whenever anything requests it. So it connected before the subsystem registry commanded it to connect, which caused it to entirely fail to connect because it ignored the repeat request. Interesting. So what I'm going to try is telling it to reconnect anyway. Okay. That seems to have worked. The other problem is that the scripting subsystem is not getting the model change script events, which is weird because they should be loaded. Even specifically going into model change and opening it to force it to generate its script options did not work. Means something's wrong with my script provider class. Ah, just all be static. That's why. It should be executable without any object creation. Still not. Okay, it's connected now. So let's try it. Oh, well, it would help if YouTube Studio had access. Oh my god, it works. I should make a script that allows Darth to change my my model to the Darth model. Coalescence. So another thing is, I could theoretically allow the like the Lua scripting to create a full window with like bound events and stuff. Is this a good idea? Probably not. Is that going to stop me? Probably not. But theoretically, oh, good morning. Theoretically, it could be incredibly powerful. Right now, I'm adding more scripting to my streaming tool. Oh, I can do model change random. Who do we get? Yeah, Uriel. I was gonna say for a second, can random model change theoretically give me Darth? No, because Darth is not in the model list. It's the same reason I can't get any of the VTube Studio default guys. Who they keep putting into the folder. But yes. I had to think of what else I would want to put into the model change thing. Right now, you can look up a model change. I guess you can't get a list of all of them. I don't even think that I can return a table, can I? I guess I could just return a table directly. Okay. Do Lua table equals new. Table at pair.key equals pair.value. It is a simple dictionary. Turn table. So theoretically now, I rebuild Coalescence. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah. I streamed a little bit late because I stayed up really late to set up a bunch of stuff, and then I ended up having to go to sleep, and then I woke up almost too late. We were planning to do a stream because essentially the stream was I was Darth. So I appeared as this model, which is one of my friend's models. And we were gonna stream on each other's like Twitch channels and pretend that nothing was different. And then Ant brought up a good point that if somebody reports either of our accounts for account compromise, it's gonna be an absolute bitch to get our accounts back. So we decided against streaming on each other's accounts and just did the stream on our own account. Because for account compromise, it's like a 6-month ban. Yeah. Even if you miss one of my streams, you can watch the VOD to save your watch streak. I think you just have to watch 60 minutes content. Not 60 minutes, 60 seconds of content, rather. I lost my watch streak with Pally because I missed one of the streams and she doesn't have any VODs or clips. So I was like, it's so Jover. Yeah. I'm just wondering how long Panda's gonna make before he drops it. It's 71, which is so crazy. What if I do it 100? Shouldn't there be some sort of benefit for getting to 100? We could give a stream title. We haven't given a stream title in a while. Currently, we only have a one user with a title. I just attempted to use my Git login. That's not the right one. If only fucking 1Password would do the things that I asked them to do, like a year ago now. They haven't, and they probably won't. Like, move 1Password. I'm about to stop paying $4 a year. Where is my stream name document? Um, I don't actually know. Is it on Google Drive? I know I have a spreadsheet document with all of the stream titles. There's only one, which is perhaps indicative of a lack of need. It's called Untitled Spreadsheet. All right, we've renamed it. There's only one user with titles, and that's Oliver. His title is Emperor Goon by his decision. We should add some more stream titles. I should make a folder for my stream. I don't have a stream folder in my documents. Not Steam stream. All right. Should also probably track more information about the stream titles, like achievement date, which is not currently tracked. I'm just gonna say that both of them were achieved on February 26th, which is not true, but um, we'll just say it. All right. Okay. Now I want to go and check to see if this scripting thing works. So this should be, yeah, table to string. So local table equals model change dot listing. Local table string equals table to string of table. And then coalescence open message box of table string with the caption model change listing. Okay. That actually worked. Crazy. I should actually probably go through this because there's a bunch of duplicates. Maybe we just do that now. Yeah, let's do that now. A bunch of duplicates. Can I even delete lines? Oh, you can't delete lines with this. Right. We should probably allow you to delete variables. Row index and row count. But if I don't, but huh? How am I supposed to delete the data if the rows are already gone? How am I supposed to do the thing? Ah, I'm using the wrong override. That's why. So theoretically, this will allow you to delete rows by deleting the rows in the settings form. It might work. Maybe. We'll find out. I might just... Huh? Yeah. Right. I might just delete the entire listing and recreate it. If this worked. No, it's still not deleting rows. Hmm. If that doesn't work, I really don't know what to do. Hmm. I think the only way to edit is to just go in and delete it, like manually. I keep trying to start this from here. That's not how that works. So used to doing it that way. If I go into, let's going, okay, hold on. Make an example setting in keyboard, right? And then I delete this setting. It is actually deleted. Okay. If I make an example setting, keyboard, close Coalescence, open it, and then delete the setting again, it is actually deleting. So model change is rewriting this. No. Is it this way? Wait. This is why. Is it prepending this list? Hold on. Is that why? If I go to model change and I delete model names, I restart Coalescence. Model names doesn't get recreated. And if I delete these two rows, reopen it, they still come back. What? What? What is rewriting these? I'm so confused. Because it doesn't, like, model names, right, is the new settings from model set text. It doesn't even read the old model names thing. But I don't know why this isn't causing it to do the thing. We don't even override open settings for it. Oh. Mm. It's not a regular settings form. In fact, I think I did it this way specifically so you couldn't delete models from the model name registry. Yes, this isn't a normal settings window. I also think I wanted it to look slightly better than the normal settings window. Oh, also the normal settings window with it can possibly hide certain keys. So like if you're okay, there was a bunch of reasons. It was that the key column wasn't wide enough. The value column also wasn't wide enough. Um, but it didn't fully solve the issue. Um, hmm. I could just implement the same thing I just did in the settings. Wouldn't be that hard. Up here, scroll to the top, user deleting row. Gets an implementer. We go to the generic settings form, implementation. We copy this. So this will do it. That work? Only the first time you delete something, which probably means I'm deleting the wrong row. Well, no, it can't be because I'm deleting the row it gives me. But it only works once is the weird thing. How about this? Let's just remake the list. Okay. We're gonna remake the entire list. So as of current, no models are loadable. None of them are. Let's get some listing going. casually go to my own website to get the model names. Okay. We're gonna have to test every single one of these, by the way. I'm gonna take this opportunity to remove a bunch of the aliases from these models. So, for example, Gremlin is no longer. You can't call it Type H1. Akamid will lose 2D Maid, Red Elf, and Elf. Will only be callable as Akamid. Okay. Let's try this. So oh, I didn't give Coalescence access. Nothing happens. Okay. Oh, I'm in a menu. That's probably why. No. What? Hold on. What is a serious custom name? What is your custom expression named? It's named custom. Does it want me to write custom exp3.json? I don't actually know. We'll try it and see what happens. Okay, now I'm thoroughly confused. Why isn't it working anymore? All right, well, let's try something. Let's see if it's just Twitch dicking me. It does that relatively often. Okay, let's see if VTube Studio is connected to my plugin. Okay, let's try restarting VTube Studio. That has not worked. Wait, yes, it has. It took a second. Okay. So I don't know why that's not working. Probably should have kept a little bit of information. Actually, I do have it because I sent it all to Darth. VTS links are VTS :// model name question expression equals expression name, which is what I have. So I don't know what's going on. Unless it's case sensitive. Let's try restarting Coalescence. It is, after all, the panacea to software issues. I just wanted to see if I could get it to work. Well, thanks for gifting us up. We can make this work. Still no? Oh, VTube Studio hasn't connected yet. I'm too impatient. Okay, yeah, it does work. I just have to restart VTube Studio pages. Okay. That's fine. I can live with that. All right. Let us add the rest of them. So that is Uriel. Next is Dusk. Which is Dusk. Expression equals custom, I think. I should probably like merge all of them. I could actually do that. So one of the problems I have is that most of the models are the same base model, but I have like 30 different models that use it, and I have them split out into different folders. The problem with that is that there are a lot of models. Let's do this. I need to delete the VTS models again. They would stop dumping them in. That would be great, but I know they won't. I'm going to retire the Darth model. I'm going to retire this Type H1 base. Actually, I should probably load it. Also, congratulations on being first. Let's load this and make sure it has nothing. It has nothing. Okay. Going to delete this. Right. So I'm going to take this model. I'm going to add it to a zip file. I'm going to do the same thing here. This one's huge. All right. So what I want to try is, first off, have less models now, right? Yes. Okay. I want to try merging some of these. So Dusk and Custom 3 are the same model, right? So let's take Dusk, whose custom expression is not named custom, called Dusk. And then we're going to take Custom 3, which actually has Akamid's information there too. I think it might be an earlier version of Akamid. All right, we're going to change this to be named made. Going to back up this entire directory, which I actually probably don't need to do because I already have a lot of stuff. Wow. The relay is freaking out. Give it a second. It's almost done. Does not like the 7-zip. All right. Um. Yeah, it got a little chunky there for a sec. Uh-oh. The beam capture is still failing. scene. That's why. Um, it's like so close. It's so close to being good, but not there. It could be so much better. I mean, I guess I could just patch VTube Studio. VTube Studio is a it's a Unity app, which means I can inject code. I could just make my own, but it doesn't do any good if I'm creating a an app that is to be used theoretically by people who are not me. If my version of Unity has a patch, not useful. I mean, technically, the version of YouTube Studio I have, well, I mean, it's not patched anymore because they've probably updated it. But part of the way that my keyboard system works for the Gremlin keyboard model is I've had to unlimit the amount of key presses you're allowed to send at once. YouTube Studio, because it's essentially hotkey activations that you're doing, and you're only allowed to do so many of them at once. I think it's limited by default to like 4 per frame or something. Which, if you're typing quickly, not 4 per frame. I think it's 4 per second. And if you're typing quickly, that's not enough. There will be actual like visible slowness in the keyboard. Um, which for me is unacceptable. So I actually patched it to increase the queue size and increase how many it processes per frame. Probably makes VTube Studio run a little more poorly, but like it means that you can send as many events as you want. So let's get back to it here. Um, this entire plugin is just to do the key relay, but now it does change the model and stuff. I should probably change it. Oh no, that's the thread. Um, yeah. This is kind of trash, actually. Um, this is pretty bad. That's all right. I'm trying to think of if there's anything else I want to do with VTube Studio. I mean, I could expose the VTube Studio API to Lua. Um, I mean, at the very least, I should probably do set parameter. Give you the option to get in set parameter data. That's kind of important. I'm feeling today is gonna be a long day. I mean, we're already 4 hours in. Or do you mean about trucking? Trucking's probably gonna take a while too. Oh, Nellium, thanks for raiding. Welcome everyone. I have the wrong scene selected, do I? I can't hear that. I do. I have the VS scene on. But yes, welcome. Got up at midnight and check and see I'm behind on my own schedule. Oh no. Yes. Everybody, welcome. I am Asaria. I do programming sometimes, and then also gaming sometimes. Right now, I'm extending the VTube Studio support in Coalescence before I release it. This error, the good one. This is a success. Actually, data something, and then error into probably nothing. But yes. How was your stream? What were you playing? Let me show you up. Go. Can I change this to be a table? Let's see. So can I do even I don't think I can return from here. This Lua table equals null. Table equals new. Table at min equals data.data.min. Same for max. Same for value. What else do I have? Default value? Or why not? Name as well. Added by. I don't know what that is, but we'll send it to why not? We'll see what happens. So let's build. Then we'll run it and see if we get lucky enough for something interesting to happen. So first I need a model, or I need an expression, or parameter name. Oh, they added folders. The question's gonna be, wait, why do I look like this? Did I not reload the... Oh, it's because Alchemy looks like that. Whenever, yeah, this model's a little fucked. Let's see. So my question is, if I do, for example, here, let's go to scripting. vts.get expression of cat ears. Did not load? Get parameter. Okay, let's try param 53. No. Interesting. Looks like I had two models on top of each one. Yeah, it's just because there was um oh, thanks for following. The way that I color the hair is with um it's with model multiply stuff. If I go to customize model, it's struggling. Give it a sec. So I can select an art mesh and I can change its color. So let me copy this before I fuck it up. You can see in the back the color is different. And if I change the front one, it's a little bit more obvious that the color is different. This is how I've done it because this is the default color of the hair. But the problem is that color's huh? I was about to say there's no way that that's black because I copied it and it was red, and it can't be black because all of the components are high. But yeah, that's how the hair color works because they do have hair color options. I'm just not too much a fan of them if I'm being honest. Um, like I can take out if I go to here, this the right one? This is the right one. So I'm gonna drop in the base model again. If I load it, this is the model with no. What's the button to hide the watermark? Forget. Uh, hold on. What's the button? Oh no. Wait, these are parameters. These are not expressions. Hold on. Oh no, none of the hotkeys have names anymore. Is it C? Nope. Um, chat, I don't know what the hotkey is. None of the hotkeys have names. Even if they did have names, I wouldn't be able to read them anyway because they're all in Chinese. And I can't read Chinese. Presumably is one that's on. Not that one. Not that one. I'm gonna have to go look at the listing. I don't know what it is. uh 1 minute. All right. I have to go all the way to their shop because VJ doesn't allow you to go directly to where you bought something. What is the button? Watermark is 1. I have been lied to. It might be disabled. It's disabled. Got it. Took a couple tries, but look, I apparently disabled it before taking this. And putting it in. Wait, there's still customization. Hold on. All right, here's what we're gonna do. This is not the base model, so I'm just gonna re-download it. My orders. Download files. Which one is it? This one, I think, is the old one. I now apparently have 3 copies of this archive in my downloads because I keep forgetting I've downloaded it. Not gonna stop me from doing it again. Here we go. Okay. We now load this model, which is the straight up default. I just re-downloaded it. Okay. So this is as default as it gets. So if I go to the expression editor, I can create a new expression, which we'll call custom. We disable the watermark. Then we scroll down. This is both to explain why I have like 18 copies of this model and because I want to see if I'm wrong. Maybe I am wrong. That is a pretty vibrant. I seem to remember the red not being very like strong. Is that the only color one we have? Wait. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so this is like they have this weird 4-channel color selector that I do not understand how this works. I don't know if it's supposed to be 4 different like menus of color or if you're supposed to combine them. Like I just legitimately do not understand how this works. Like it's so confusing to me. So I guess you would, well, it doesn't combine from 1 to 2. Hold on. I have no idea what I'm doing. I think they are exclusive. It's like 4 different gradients you can travel for the hair color, and it's so confusing to me. Actually, no, it's 5 different gradients you can travel. But also, this red is not the kind of red I would want. I would want it to be brighter. Which is part of the reason that I've used the good old uh multiply solution. The slightly problematic thing is that like this is the oh, I guess this is a way to modify it from what it should be. Huh. I am kind of curious what happens if I set it to be a bright color with the dark hair toggled on. That's probably why there's a bunch of different versions of it. Hold on. If I try 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I don't know. This hair is just weird to me. Like, if it were selectable to be like any color, it's like simple hue, saturation value, I wouldn't have to have a bunch of different copies of the model, I think. But the problem is I can't change the model coloration changes. I can't set those into an expression. So to do it, I actually just have to straight up like have a second model. Oh, Geowolf. Thanks for the raid. I'm going through some of the model. I still need to bind the rest of the models. I've just realized I haven't done that. Currently only 5 of these work. I should probably do that before I forget again. Oh, even thanks to the raid. Welcome everyone. I'm very tiny. Working on my my model change system at the moment. I forgot that I have unbound most of the models and I should probably fix that. Let's fix this. Next is custom 3. All right. Next, oh, I have to give it his. But yes. I'll let it. Live 2D is BTS. It's called custom. I don't remember. I should put my I should use everybody's favorite capture type. Let's use everybody's favorite capture type. The scariest capture type. What's up? Hello from display capture. That's right. We're using the scary one. This is what I'm doing right now is I'm filling out this thing. We're gonna close that. I think I just showed that. That's all right. Yeah, that's fine. And then on the other screen, I have this open. So I'm just going down the list. Next is Ultramarine. Did you just finish with Calamity Wrath of the Gods? Oh yeah, I saw that you were playing Terraria. I was like, what? He has Terraria? We should play sometime. Although you might be better than me at it. I've got a lot of hours in Terraria. Terraria, I think, is the first game I had over 1,500 hours, but I haven't done Calamity. Got a raid and run? No problem. Thanks for stopping by and thanks for the raid. Oh, I've just made a realization. This model's name is in Chinese. I can't write it. Chat, we press copy and hope. If we're lucky. Let's fucking go. Like, just hit me up sometime. But yeah, yeah, I'll probably hit you up sometime. And yeah, get some rest. Q&A is also in Chinese. Yep. Okay, there. We don't have to hope. We know that copying works. I actually think the custom might be named Humanea for this. It's called Good Expression. Brand. Looks cool. Yeah, thank you. These are all customizable models. I forgot that she's holding Pepsi. 6.9 fluid ounces, 420 milliliters. I wonder how close that is to being accurate. Not even close. That is more than double. It's 204 milliliters. Yeah, this one, I don't know if the mouth tracking doesn't seem to work. I think it's probably not sensitive enough. Mouth breather opens theirs. What? When did I do that? It's too smooth. That's probably why. To 5. I might change the. Hmm. Param mouth open Y. I'm gonna change it to mouth open plus voice volume. That is the output. All right. Hopefully this works. No, grand. I love VTube Studio. I'll have to get one for the wifey someday, but I haven't looked up much on them. Yeah, there's a lot that are like they're not super expensive. Cause like I've heard that buying your own like custom made VTube like live 2D model is like wacky expensive. And yeah, the like this specific model I think is $6. And then the Foxwoman model is only $1.50. But the this one has more customization than the Foxwoman model. The Foxwoman model is pretty limited, but it's pretty good if you're just testing it out, especially. Um, working on a project book game. I don't know, and I wonder what you think about the basic story outline. Um, I don't know. What's it about? 1970. I mean that sounds pretty interesting. Weaponizing their stolen genetic legacy. That's pretty interesting. Is it like I guess it must be like a sci-fi. It's kind of it's interesting though that it's sci-fi in 1975. Huh. Why is my this is the thing that bothers me about VTube Studios. You see that I have it set to voice volume plus mouth open? Well, if we go over here to the tracking data and we scroll down to the microphone, you can see voice volume is going crazy, right? and then we come over here, and we're not even getting like if I don't move my mouth very much, you can see it is wiping its ass with the voice volume. It's not doing anything. And that is one of the reasons I don't like VTube Studio. It does happen to be the only option though. Now I can set it to only voice volume, but now I'm just it has nothing to do with my mouth. It just looks really stupid. But voice volume plus mouth open doesn't exist. I know World War One and World War Two never happened in this reality. Oh, I see. That's pretty interesting though. Is Control Labs like a is it like I don't know what the words I'm looking for are. Are they kind of like your super evil corporation type deal where they're like trying to take over everything? Anyway, I should probably move on. I have many more models to put in here again. What's the next one? Next is the 3D models. Okay. Uh, yeah, but they're debunked, so Reality Labs takes the mantle. Oh, I see. So okay. Why is my there we go. I don't remember where these are. Okay. The Vignon ones are a lot easier. It's just Vignon. V1.vrm. Oh, I should probably give all of the alternate names. Oh, there's a space in it. Yeah. I think it's called Aleta V1 cat. Yep. All right. Then we have third one. Okay. Next is dusk. I'm trying to set up as a PNG tuber, got the characters done, but everyone tells me to use one app and it works. Hasn't worked since, but now I'm gonna wait until the Steam version comes out. What app did they ask you to use out of curiosity? It's Dusk V1.vrm. Yeah. Actually, dusk made is ambiguous. Dusk rel made rem 3D is Fignon dusk rel made have your run. Then we have dusk eyes. Dusk eyes only. Oh, it's called dusk but eyes only. But yeah, I've been when I PNG tube, I just use I just use vtuber. But the problem is because my Windows setup is a little fucked. If I go to avatar settings and load mini avatar, um yeah, it crashes vtuber. It's not a problem with vtuber. I'm aware that this is a problem with my system specifically. Um but the way to fix it is to reinstall Windows again, and I cannot be bothered. That's the one that won't work. What doesn't work about it, out of curiosity? I'm gonna bother someone with how many windows I have open. I loaded and opened once out of the 10 times I tried it. Huh. I mean, there's not a lot going on under the hood with it. I wonder why it's not working. Okay, that should be the entire model name registry setup. Oh, I think I just discarded the script I was working on. All right, now comes the part where I have to test all of them. So, it's gonna take a while. Okay, that worked. We'll just test all of the, why is there one that's just, there's one right here that's the same thing. Oh, it's gonna be the same model. That works. You can tell when the the model's positioning gets a little fucked. Works. Bit of chat spam. I already do this? I don't think I did. This has turned into watch me struggle to type basic model names. I'm just doing all of the I'm doing all the Vignon ones first. because they load faster. This one's a funny model. Check this one out. Hey, Ryoko. Welcome. What's the next one? Is Dusk Realm. This shirt is great. Yeah, we did a me and Oliver did an event where we went on AliExpress and picked the 10 funniest items we could find, and that shirt won the contest. So Oliver had to buy it and I had to get a model with it. That's why I have that. Looks like the one you use if you want a lazy stream. Yeah. To sell that shirt as merch? I don't think I could do that. We just found it on AliExpress. I don't think we could just sell it. There's gotta be something like that's gotta be illegal somehow. Like plagiarism. Then we have Asaria. Then Asaria, no wings. KFC Asaria. Uh, then Asaria made. Oh, we have ads. Okay, so that's all of Vignon handled. That's not VTube Studio. Okay. Now we load the VTube Studio, which are far more likely to fail. So, change for Gremlin. Yes. Name change for Akamid. No. What the fuck? We'll come back to it. Name change for 2D Asaria. Gonna put a selection here. Okay. It was just being a little freaky. All right. Name change for 2D Uriel. Taking a long time to load. Probably because the models, the textures are pretty large. There's 2D Dusk, which loaded very quickly actually. Next is Custom 3. All right, next is Color. This one makes sense. The model this model has 8K textures. I don't know why, but they went all the way. Okay, that's all the VTube Studio ones working except for Akamid, which probably means that the custom is named Akamid. Oh, it's because the model's name is Akamade. That's why. Oh, wow. Trippy. Um, so now we need to go to someone else and then go back. Oh, what? Oh, I have to restart Coalescence. I forgot. I should make buttons for these. Wait, oh, I have to wait. I keep forgetting. I have to wait like 10 seconds. It works. All right, all of the models are bound again. Now we hide the scary capture. It is honestly not a huge deal if I show my screen on accident, because part of the reason that this computer is only like this computer is used for when I stream and I don't have any personal information on it. There's just nothing to leak on this computer. Which is by design, because I knew my dumbass would end up showing something. And considering I showed my screen, what, 3 or 4 times? Probably a good thing. Gotta keep that privacy going. All right. But yes. So now I should probably fix my model scale. I'm there we go. And maybe not next to the timer. Here, we'll stand on top of the clock. This is gonna take some time to aim. Down just a little bit more. Perfect. See, we only position ourselves in the most correct ways possible. People are gonna be like, where's the VTuber? I'm the VTuber. I have to move a lot so that people can even see that there's movement. After compression, it's probably nothing. Here, we'll be slightly larger. Perfect. Oh, we should also do a random name change just for fun. See what we get. Oh, hey. So much for being tiny. All right. What other things should I add? Let's see. Let's go back to the VTube Studio API. So I want to get parameter and I want to do set parameter as well. So set parameter. We'll set a parameter. A number. Be a float. Equal to vtss.vtubestudio.set parameter. Of fucking course I can't. Um, oh, you know what it is? I don't think that's I don't think that's the parameter I think it is. No, this isn't like, okay, hold on. I wanted to get like an expression set up. Huh? It looks like it's the same type. Oh, this is now. Okay. Let's see how this goes. I don't think this is gonna work, but that sure as shit isn't gonna stop me from trying. All right. So, we're gonna have to activate something 3D or 2D to test this. YouTube Studio is not presenting a window. There we go. So we need to go into the expression editor. And we need to find, let's try this. Hair color is set to 23.63. So I'm going to set it to 4. I don't think this is working. Okay. Let's use its internal parameter name then. It is called param2. No dice. Why not? The problem is it doesn't say why something fails. Um, I should probably make a way to do that. Apparently, it's trying to do a reference comparison there. If loud, try this. Try catch exception x if loud message box dot show ex dot backtrace ex dot on message box buttons dot okay message box icon dot error. Here. And then what I want to do is the scripting form. When you press the execute button, I want it to be loud. So we're going to make it use the new loud parameter, which needs to be set to a string of true. Oh, this should have. That's the reason why there's a cast here. Is that this changes type between true and false. That's all right. We'll keep the cast. Okay. Let's see how this goes. I don't believe I copied the script I was using. I think I hit save, but it didn't have a name, so it didn't work. Do hair color is 2.0 F is 2.0. System.double cannot be converted to system.float. That's so annoying. It's such a stupid error. All right. I'll edit the code to change the type of this to be a double. This is not the script provider. file is not named correctly. All right. Set parameter. This needs to be a double. It's the most disappointing type of error to find. All right, so now I load test 4 and hit execute. It says null. Why does it say null? Return of set parameter is a Boolean. Oh. Huh? Um, being mean. Doesn't make the caption bar long enough. So we have to push it down one. That did not build enough. Everything depends on this though. Guess we'll find out. Did it not two string? The two underscore string? The hell is the function to turn something into a string? It's just two string with no. Okay, so it says true that it finished and did it, but I don't see any changes. So we're gonna set param2. Chat, I don't think it's doing anything. Let's try this. Let's turn off all expressions. Nothing is overwriting it. Nothing is changing. This filter is not working. I mean, 2 is a pretty visible number. Let's set it to 22. This isn't doing anything. Hmm. Hmm. Well, hold on. Don't I send things with the VTube Studio subsystem? Well, Samsung message. Provider. Anyway, let's see. Go to the VTS plugin because I trigger hotkeys. Not gonna help me. I guess it could default to 0 for the injection weight. So we're gonna try explicitly setting it to 1. If it defaults to 0, this is a wacky library. Defaults to not a number. This is a wacky library. Not doing anything. I know what it probably is. I think I know what it is. This is dumb, but I think I know why this is doing it. Why is IntelliSense not doing anything anymore? How the hell am I supposed to know what that means? Let's try this. Param 3. What do you says you can send in any custom parameter either, and that doesn't seem to be doing it. I guess it could also be that hair color 2 has a space at the end. That is possible. Let's try a different parameter. Okay, so I'll change that to be why this isn't working. Hmm. Let's see if that helps. It keeps returning. It just throws an exception before it makes it to the return value. It's so weird. Let's try. We run scripting. S4. Cute. Return value is null, which is not valid. It should be false, not null. Um, Now if we check the log for VTube Studio, it should say why it blew up. We're very lucky. Parameter not found. Did you create it yet? Keep in mind you can inject data directly for live2d parameters, only for tracking parameters. Can't inject data directly for live2d parameters. Why not? The only good thing that I would want. Once again, blasted by the VTube Studio API. It doesn't support it. Fuck me, man. Out of curiosity, let's tie a new parameter. This is itself I'm just curious at this point. And blasted by VTube Studio again. There's so much that isn't possible with their API. Crazy that they even have one. So frustrating. So I can get tracking parameters, I can't set parameters. Not possible. Hmm? Yeah, neither one of these functions does anything correctly. Annoying. What else can I try? Since I'm not like this, still loading my trailer. Nice. I love that I can set the NDI output, but I can't set the fucking tracking parameters. What the hell, man? I can tint art meshes, but I can't set their screen value. Like, there's so many things that are just barely not possible with this API. Like, I am almost convinced that they made it just to frustrate people who want to integrate with it. It's just it's so close. So close, but so far. I was gonna. I want to check to see because looking at the NDI config reminded me I have an inquiry out with them, so I want to see if they replied. Nope. NDI is very slow to respond to my inquiries. They're probably like this guy is trash. Have enough money for licensing. Oh well. One day we might implement NDI. Maybe when they decide I'm worth their time. I say it like I'm some sort of like Chad of programming. I'm not, but it's annoying that they won't talk to me. I will be right back. Suppose I'm just not having a lot of luck with companies that have APIs right now, am I? Which is dicking me. YouTube Studio is dicking me. NDI won't even give me access to their API. They won't even tell me how much it costs. Just having a bad time with APIs, I guess. I should make my own. Actually, I guess I am. Coalescence is kind of. Huh. Didn't think about it that way, but it is literally an API. Every system has its own API. All right. So, got nothing else we can add to VTube Studio because there just isn't a way to. Not possible. Annoyingly, it's not possible. So, what can we do with Vignon? Vignon doesn't even have a script provider yet. So, let's go make one. Public class Vignon script provider. It's twice. All right. Copy one of these. I don't think I'm using a. Let's see. How does this work? Send action async. It takes in a dictionary of string to string and then sends it to Vignon. I'm going to need to open Vignon. Of course, all of the icons I use are hidden behind my camera. It's crazy how like that tiny little, probably not even 3%, probably like a quarter of a percent of my screen is obscured by my phone, and somehow it's always the corner I need. Wild. Let's see. WebSocket command. Okay, so it'll be API messages, probably the thing I send. I think I can send. Can I send more specific stuff? Is there a way to command Fignon directly from the WebSocket? Or do they all have to go through the I actually have no idea. Check the FAQ really quick. I will create a post. Okay. I am going to write a message. And see what happens. Let me change. Actually, I'm gonna change this to command. That might be slightly better. We'll slap that onto the side for a while. See if anybody replies. All right. Wait, this isn't even in the right folder. Why is it in the easy sync directory? That's not where the models are. Oh, this is the wrong computer. That's why. Okay. So Okay. Action and then table dot to dictionary. Um. Hmm. Okay. That will send data to Vignon. Um, and theoretically, we should be able to do model changes with this without actually invoking the model change subsystem. Although, maybe we should do a change model thing as well, actually. Actually, I can't do that because that's just a message. I don't think there is anything other than the message. Because I think that the design of Vignon is that you don't you send data in using the API message, and then you build node graphs to do the actual work. I would be pretty surprised if they said yes, honestly. But I'm just asking just to see. Okay. That'll get. Okay, let's see this really quick. Hmm. Sorry, I'm having a conversation on VGen as well. It's a it's a process that would be pretty new to me, but I'm appearing as nobody at the moment. We will be. Wait, I'm ultramarine, but the ultramarine customization isn't on. There we go. See, now I'm blue. You're blue now. That's my attack. Hmm. Perimeter doesn't work. Okay. It always comes down to mouth open. It always comes down to mouth open. I'm just gonna set it. Fuck it. I'm just gonna set it to 0.2 as max. It's still not doing anything. It's not even smooth. What? The problem is I don't speak loud enough. But we do smooth it a little bit. Like mouth tracking is the hardest part of all of my models, and I don't know how to fix it. This VBridger has audio tracking. It just doesn't use it. Even with the audio tracking thing selected, it doesn't use it. And then to like edit how they map to make it use it, I'm gonna have to like I'm gonna have to buy the editor DLC. It's gonna be so expensive. It's just like $30. There's one review. Hmm. Hold on. Hmm. See, now I'm a little bit confused because the vBridger Steam page has a lot of features mine does not seem to have. Like that is just straight up not a feature that mine has. There's only one DLC for vBridger. That's the editor. But it claims that you can trigger expressions with your face, which is just, as far as I'm aware, not true. It's just empty to me. Audio tracking, huh? I'm not convinced that that's real. I mean, there's like, it's so weird. There's voice volume plus mouth open, right? If we go to volume, the volume is set to high and the mouth open is set to low. Like, this must just not work. I mean, like, I don't know what else you would do. It's weird because they're doing voice frequency plus mouth. Like, the voice tracking doesn't work at all. Hmm. I mean, huh, I understand how this is not voice volume plus mouth open. Then we go to volume and it's set high and it doesn't do it. What am I supposed to do? Actually, the answer is pretty obvious. If the voice volume plus mouth open doesn't work and vBridger is a Unity app, the correct answer is to fix it, isn't it? Let's fix it. I mean, the app is 3 years old on Steam. I doubt I'm getting any support for it. So we're just gonna patch it myself. All right, let's see. What have you got here? Use namespaces like a normal person. Why is it that every app I open in Dynasfy does not show its default namespace? Or does this hyphen mean default namespace? Hold on a minute. No, it's no namespace. There's no way that every app I've ever used is just in the global namespace. Anyway, where is search for voice volume plus mouth in all files? Hmm. Wild. The glorious things you can find when you look into things. Anyway. That is that is wild. Wait, there's like a lot of them. Hold on a minute. What? Hmm. Is there anything that uses the microphone? Still have not found where it sends the microphone stuff. Or where it's like gotten to the like where it gets the outputs. Hmm. Hmm. Still haven't found the thing. No, I've been like very quiet. I'm just trying to read. Hmm. Hmm. I just find the like secret code you have to send to get data from iFacial vocab. Did they hard code it? Um, that's awkward. Hmm. What if? Hold on. Let's try something. Okay. Now connect this because what I'm wondering is where could it possibly be setting this? I'm looking at a lot of the code, and I don't even see a place they would have done voice volume plus mouth open. Most of what I'm getting is just Unity. Wish I could like tell it not to load these assemblies, but it's doing it no matter what I want. Apparently, in this file, the word volume only appears 4 times. Yeah, so here's the fun thing. The way that it's written, I think voice volume plus mouth open is set as an expression in a VBridger, which doesn't seem to be working, and the only way I can find out is by paying $20 for an app that already doesn't work. Like, I'm not gonna do that because I have no way to prove that it's even going to do anything. I mean, it's got two two things to do, or two inputs that it has to combine, and it doesn't seem to want to do it. I could join their Discord. Let's join their Discord. You talk here, you get banned. Hee hee. That's pretty good. What? According to this amazing thing, you have to turn off the output in vBridger and then it works. You for real? Oh my god, it actually does. Why the fuck would you turn it off to turn it on? That makes no sense. What? Misery. It doesn't seem to work for the mouth open though. Here, we'll load their entire settings file. To sure. Okay, so this has that's still weird. It works now. But oh, you know what it is? I bet yeah, these save files that come with vBridger are probably the that's probably why they're encrypted then. Is because they're expression lists. And if they were unencrypted, you could just not buy the expression editor. That makes sense. But turning it off to enable voice tracking in VTube Studio is one of the things of all time that I have seen. That makes no sense. Okay. All right. Oh, I wonder if anybody replied to my thing in that's not the right server. No, they haven't. Okay. What? All right. We have not gotten much done today because I'm just over here staring at. I wonder how the other models look. See, like I'm getting distracted again, but I am going to look. I want to see how the other models look now that the mouth open or voice volume plus mouth open actually works. Um, let's try LNF. All right. Uh oh, it's far too sensitive now. I just have that intense yap. Hmm. Actually, it's kind of weird. I guess. Hmm. Set it to be 1 at max. It'll make it at least a little bit less likely. I mean, actually, that doesn't look too bad. See, we finally have decent tracking. I mean, something about the mouth like form doesn't look right to me. But we turn this down to like maybe 4. See, now I'm just making my ah. I don't think that's supposed to be the. This is supposed to be the input for this. I have no idea what this parameter is supposed to look like. Okay, we'll try this. Voice frequency plus mouth smile. So does that mean if I speak with a low I don't think it does anything. This is one of the things that gets me is like the Visium's one doesn't support this parameter. But now with this, it doesn't support. Man, fucking. I don't understand why it's like this. Like, you either have, like, one thing. Here, let's turn it off and see what it does. Still nothing. Now there are just parameters that it doesn't support. Like in this one, it just doesn't work. So there are parameters I can't use. It seems almost like they have made part of their application not work so that you'll buy the editor. I do not see any other reason that this would be disabled. Is it bound only to the voice frequency? Grand. I mean, I guess maybe it could be used. Maybe it's used to improve the tracking, but I don't know. Like, my mouth is only opening in one direction, but it could also be the model. Hold on. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt and load another model. Actually, I don't know if this one's gonna be a good comparison. Okay, hold on. We'll load the other model. This model is pretty good. On a scale of 1 to 10, it's pretty good. Okay, maybe not. The tracking does seem to be pretty. Let's see. Oh yeah, there's only 2 mouth parameters. I mean, it's also possible that I fucked up the parameters, which is entirely possible. And it also doesn't help that they are all copies of each other, so they're all fucked up. Hold on. I want to give the benefit of the doubt, even though I haven't really been doing that. Let's try this one. Yes. This is an unmodified model. Maybe a little bit sensitive for mouth open. Oh my god. I seem to remember that the defaults were kind of weird. The maximum output is 2.1 is probably why. Okay, that probably will fix it a lot. You never seen this model before? This is the default model. I think another one. Yeah, this is a 0 min. Okay. Wait, I don't think that's supposed to be a 0 min. I don't think I could even get any more. I don't know what all of these buttons do. Why do I have hard eyes? I actually have no idea. X is the dedicated get rid of your entire body button. Got it. I legitimately don't know what button does hard eyes. I've pressed so many buttons. It's usually 5, but I have no idea. I've got hard eyes now. There's gotta be. I mean, I feel like there's a few things. I try to look as angry as possible and get down to like 0.2 on this. So I guess 0 is the minimum. Constantly smiling though, which is weird. This one just makes me look super happy. Hmm. Yeah, that's another parameter. VTube Studio just not VTube Studio. VBridger just doesn't support in this mode. Mm. I don't know. I don't know how much I'm supposed to be like actually going through and manually editing these. All right. I've pressed the default do the thing for me button. I think definitely the mouth opening is too sensitive. The hell is it? I mean, maybe this is where I determined that I'm supposed to not have my volume set so high. I mean, my gain is at 47%. There, how about that? Nope, it's still intense. What if I set it all the way up? All right, we got it set to crazy levels now. I don't know. Maybe it looks more intense for me because I'm looking at it at full screen and you aren't. I don't know. I just work here, man. I got hard eyes and I don't know why. And it's also the old model. Hold on. Maybe we load the new model. I think this is the new model. At least it's 8K. Oh, somebody answered my question. Let's see. Cool. All right. I'm trying to think about how to approach this. I'm talking to someone at VGen, and it's a project that involves a game I don't own, and they offered to gift it, and I'm like, it's really expensive to gift a game. It I don't want them to spend a bunch of money, especially if I end up not being able to do it. I still need to download the other model. I just want to see what the default parameters look like. You have a sensible model, and by sensible model I mean one that I haven't fucked up all the parameters for. So we're gonna load in the default new model and see how it goes. Holy shit, this model is big chungus. It is 178 megabytes. Wait, this was the main wait. This is the same model I was using before. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's change some tracking data. I'm probably just gonna set. It actually is that intense, isn't it? Um, I'll put a little bit of smoothing on it, and then we'll probably I'll reduce the maximum to 0.8. At 1 it's just a little bit too spicy. Maybe 0.7. Maybe that'll look a little bit better. I think that looks fine. I also can't see the model. I'm mainly playing with these settings because if I can dial these into sensible values, I can use it on like all of the models because they're all based on the same type of models. Because the JK and Made models are the only ones that I have, so they're all based on it. I could remake all of them in the 2.0 model, blow up my computer a little bit with 8K textures. Look at how far I can zoom in. It's still like perfect quality. The textures are insane. Yeah, can you believe these textures? The eyes. They're a little bit intense. I think, do I have this physics turned up all the way or something? That is insane drag. This is not the physics page, is it? Uh, mouth smile. Wait, the mouth open sensitivity was set higher than it's supposed to be. I mean, I think VBridger overrides it. I'm not sure. Hmm. Where's the physics option? Oh, here we go. Physics strength. Let's turn it up all the way. That's me turning everything up all the way, by the way. That's why it's pretty intense. We'll leave it at its default. I do think it is a little bit too intense. But also like the weird thing is it like you get stiff, you have physics off. Look at how much more. Oh geez. The only problem I see is I need some kind of PNG to use that I can either add my wife's character or to activate on her talking. Yeah, so that's what vtuber is used for. Um, is they have like various activation effects. So like it can be something like, oh, they what okay. Oh, I see. So you can have them like darken or they can jump around, move randomly. Wave move, wave rotate. Oh yes. I want I want an insane amount of rotation. Just holy shit. Oh my god. You guys want to see the rotation? Oh my god, it's so intense. You can have it set backwards so that it only happens whenever your mouth is not open. This isn't a good model for it though because there's already rotation. Jesus. All right, let me show you. Um this is what happens when you set it to maximum wave rotate. Hey guys. I just get pixelated when I start yelling. It's funny because the speaking one is the GIF of Big Cheer, and then the non-speaking one is just Cheer. So I get very pixelated because Big Cheer is a Twitch emote, so it got scaled down to 112 by 112. So it looks super crunchy. But yeah, the main thing with vtuber that kind of bothers me is that there's no API to like load another model. So to load another model, you have to close it and open a new model, or select a new model with the like open new model dialog, right? The problem is my Windows install is kind of fucked, and the open new model dialog crashes vtuber. So like I can't do that. The only way I can open a new model is by closing it and opening it by dragging a file onto vtuber.exe. The only way I can open a new one. And I also can't edit them on this computer. I have to get a third computer and then make the model. I just don't have the dialog box you need. So painful. To be fair, it's not at all the problem of vtuber. I mean, the lack of an API hurts, but like, just one easier way to open models. Ideally, and make them too, but I'll take what I can get. I could like reverse engineer the file format. Probably not that complicated. Just a bunch of PNG files, right? How hard could it be? 10 years later. All right. I've been getting so distracted. That ADHD brain coming through. Can't focus on anything. We'll wake up tomorrow and I'll be 60. Be like, huh? Also, just probably losing it because I haven't eaten during the entire duration of the stream. I'm probably just really hungry. ADHD brain is a good thing and you need to eat. Sounds about right. Make me put you in the closet? Well, there's no food in the closet, so you would be preventing me from eating for a quarter of an hour. I love the idea of the closet as like a punitive action. Somebody's like, "Oh yeah, gonna gonna try smoking for the first time." You throw them in the closet so they can't. It's the prison. That'd be a good redeem. 100,000 points where it's a prison instead of the closet, and I have to spend an entire hour in there. I don't know how safe that is considering there's no ventilation. How much time can you spend in a closet before you like pass out? How long can you be trapped in a closet with no ventilation? I'm imagining it's gonna say how long. In a truly perfectly sealed closet, 10 foot by 10 foot, you could survive for over a day. Well, my closet isn't 10 foot by 10 foot, and I don't know whose closets are 10 foot by 10 foot. Um, the standard non-airtight closet, you will likely not run out of oxygen due to air exchange through cracks. I don't know. I feel like I breathe more air than is going to seep through that crack. I guess I don't know how much air is in a breath. It also depends on how the house is built. Some don't seal very well. Yeah. Huh. I opened a thread on Reddit, and one of the people says, "You are more intelligent than Google. How hard is it to tell me how long it would take for someone to die in an airtight room?" The immediate reply is, "Are you stuck in a room or something?" Anyway, I might call it here and go get some food because it's been 7.5 hours and my brain is shutting off. Too much thinking. Really makes you wonder how I managed to do fucking 3 24-hour streams. How the fuck do I do that? And I can't even like focus for 7.5 hours. Ugh. Anyway, let's go find someone to raid. That is not the correct website to find someone to raid. Hmm. Somebody's currently testing. I thought they were just showing that as like I thought that ad was their stream. I was like, that's a strange thing to be streaming. uh that's no good. I was gonna raid them, but they've just ended their testing stream. Or have they? No, they have. No good. Wait, they might be restarting OBS. I'm not sure. They also started streaming 7 minutes ago. Ah, the patient guy gets things, I guess. They went live again. I would, but realistically, I probably should not raid somebody who is about to just leave. So, he's still working on the Guardian farm, is he? Maybe they're testing things out. I mean, yeah, the stream's name is Testing Things Live. I was gonna raid them, but I don't think they're actually gonna be going for long. Ozzy Danny is going. I actually have someone I think I'll raid. Playing a bit of Minecraft. He's in a subathon too. We played Peak together on the 28th. We're going to raid Bertels. He's currently building a Guardian farm, I think, in Minecraft. But yes. Everybody, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, even though half of it was me going like, why doesn't it work? But that's just how these things go. Um anything thing. I don't think I have anything else. Every time I end my stream, I'm like, shit. Now I have 45 seconds to think of all the things I should have said. Uh, so it's funny. He's just placing down sand, and he just said, "This is entertaining content." It is. Hey, it's better than looking at this text wall and regretting my life decisions. Everybody, thank you, and I will see you. Oh, we need our raid message. Our raid message is: "You are never safe from the Asaria raid," and then Asaria V raid because we have a raid emote. If you're not a sub, everything except for the raid, or everything except for the emote. And I will see you next time. Bye, Enoch. Bye, everyone.